With the first presentation from Johnny Pincay, right? Okay, concerning the literature review on digital ethics from a humanistic and sustainable perspective. You have 15 minutes, and in order to have time also for the discussion. Thank you.
All right. Can you start the presentation, please? Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Johnny Pincay. I'm originally from Ecuador, South America, but I do my PhD at the University of Fribourg in Switzerland. And well, actually today I'm not presenting a work from my PhD. It's a side project that I worked with my advisors at my institute. And the authors, you can read them there. So Luis Terán, Ivo Wallimann-Helmer, and Eddie Portman at the University of Fribourg, the Humanist Institute. And the work is entitled Literature Review on Digital Ethics from a Humanistic and Sustainable Perspective. Allow me please to start some basics and background. And by that I mean the motivation behind our project. Why did we decide to do this? And well, first of all is because, well, digital ethics are more relevant than ever, right? It's not, now it's been quite a few years where we are more thinking about, we have to have more of an ethical behavior when the things we do online. It's not like at the early 2000s or until 2005 also, where people were just giving their data freely on the internet. Now there is a concern, like, why are we sharing this and that, or why are the big companies using this and that? And of course, with that we have a shift to online businesses. And you know, when you were before going to buy something to the shop, you could speak to the merchant. Like you could say, well, I like this product. Oops, have some issue there. I like your product, and you can speak to the people and say, well, maybe we can negotiate and I can buy that cup for this price or that. But now, because of the online shift, you have to basically give all your information, maybe your address, you have to give your credit card information, your name, and so on, and also all the other information that is being tracked. So we don't know now if we are dealing with honorable merchants anymore, because before when you were completing a transaction, you basically were giving away not even giving your name. You just give the money and receive the good. And also the application of digital ethics is dispersed across many areas, right? It's being used in different sectors, health, smart cities, and so on. And there is a lack of a big picture or a classification overview of how digital ethics are being applied. So there are many efforts, research works that have been conducted in several areas, but still there is a lack of a comprehensive view of how is the state of the research here. And thus, that's why we decided to perform our work. And basically, it's a non-exhaustive search of articles that were published from 2010 to 2020. And we look in 3 different technical libraries that we'll explain later. And also one library maintained by the community of philosophers. We try to perform this review of these academic works, considering essential keywords and also considering some humanistic values that I will explain later. And we also perform an investigation. What type of algorithms are they using? Which ethical concerns are being addressed? And the end goal was to try to propose a quantitative and sectorial categorization based on the content of the article and also based on the ethical concerns that are being addressed. Because we don't only have nowadays to be worried about privacy issues. There is way more than only privacy or responsibility. And taking in the results of this literature review, we could try to understand the trends or where the research is going, which is the direction they're taking. And we try to come up with a framework that is a first version of a framework that is meant to guide the development of new solutions and products. And this framework was created in a workshop with a company that my university and institute are working with. It's the Swiss Post, which is the national postal company of Switzerland. And nowadays they're not only delivering packages, they're also responsible about the digital transformation in Switzerland as a national state-owned company. Now I'd like to speak a bit the methodology, as I explained before. And as I also mentioned, we have basically two goals: provide an overview of the framework of the work existing, and also we want to provide a framework for developing new solutions, a sustainable humanistic framework. So for the literature search, first we started with an article search. We have three main steps, and we basically looked in different libraries, the technical ones and one from the community of philosophers, the ones you can read in there, from 2010 to 2020. And we use a permutation of keywords, as digital ethics, AI ethics, data ethics, and ethical challenge. Now we try to see which one gave us the best results. The second step was to try to select the articles that were relevant for us. And for that, we follow 4 phases, which are identification, screening, eligibility, and final, with inclusion, we could select the ones that we were studying. And of course, we needed to perform a selection because I'm pretty sure all of you have used advanced search of a library of articles. And sometimes you don't get all the relevance to your topic. Like, for example, if you look for the word digital ethics, you might get many articles containing the word digital. Maybe they're not related at all, like digital images or so. And the first step was the classification that we performed based on the content, and we followed 2 approaches, and the focus and the ethical concern of the articles. Based on the content of the articles that we selected, we came up with this classification, which is very flexible. And as you can see, we have several main categories and subcategories. And the subcategories are very flexible. That's why we said, well, can be more, because we only studied a very short portion of articles. It's not possible to study everything. But the idea is that we identified 4 main sectors. First was the main focus of the article was about service. And with that we mean, what is the mean that the user gets? They're more focusing on explaining, well, if you provide a service to the user or a product, these are the concerns or these are the facts that you need to take into account. And some examples of the papers in this category, they were dealing with healthcare, smart city services delivery in terms of for government or for law. The second big group was technology and field, and basically they were more concerned about the use of technology from an ethical perspective. And by this we refer more to the technological enablers such as artificial intelligence or social network. The usage of these technologies or data sources to try to create new solutions. The third big group was about the sector, and with this basically they try to investigate, well, is there a difference between developing solutions from the government side or more from a private company? Do they have similar or different concerns when they try to deliver a product? And the last group is reflections and analysis. And basically, this group of studies that we identified is not what you would call traditional methodological research. It's more about authors expressing, well, I think we should go in this direction, or there are holes that are not being filled up right now in this certain topic or sector. So it's more the opinions of a group of researchers or results from workshops where you say, well, this is lacking, we need to work more on this. Moving on, as I said before, the second focus was to try to identify which ethical concerns are being addressed. And we identified 12 from the articles that we studied, and they are autonomy, discrimination, exclusion, exploitation, inequality, justice, privacy, responsibility, trust, dignity, and truth. As I said before, these was extracted from all the articles that we studied. These were the main concerns that we identified authors are addressing right now. I'd like to speak more about the results. I hope I still have a bit of time. This is basically a summary of the search that we did from the 4 phases that I mentioned before. We started with around 44,000 articles, and after going through all the phases of our methodology, we studied in the end 278 from IEEE, ICM, and field papers is from the Philosophical Library. So in the end, we decided to study these 278 articles, and we try to classify them according to the content focus. As I explained before, we have the majority of articles that we found were more focused on the technology, and the ethical aspects that they should be taking into account when using certain technology or enabler, and also more in the reflections and analysis. And here you can see the detail. There is not much difference or studies between considering the sector where the service is being developed or mostly the service. So the idea here is to provide to new researchers or practitioners, well, maybe there are some areas that need to be further studied. And here you can see the results by the ethical concern in the library, and the graph I think is quite clear in the sense which are the ethical concerns that are mostly being studied. And as you might have guessed at the beginning, most people are focusing on what is privacy and responsibility. Are we respecting the privacy of people developing solutions? And who is responsible of doing what? But there are also other issues that are being studied, maybe not as in the same number of these two main ones, but for example, domination still is not that much explored. Exclusion, exploitation, or inequality. There is a trend going towards autonomy and discrimination too, very important these days especially. And while dignity and truth are also not that many in comparison to the other two main concerns. Those are the results of the literature research. Now I'd like to move forward to the ethical framework model that we developed this framework was conceived between the results of our literature review and also in workshop with the company that I mentioned before in Switzerland. And the idea here is to provide a model or aspects that you need to take into account when providing a new digital service or a new digital product. So it has three main perspectives. First one is the legal perspective, then the IT, and then the citizen perspective. And it's a stack model, meaning that the layers on top need to be built with the ones on the bottom. And on the base, we can have the legal framework, because when you develop a solution, you are subject to the laws of a certain country, right? If you are in Europe, there is the Common European Framework, the normal laws that you need to comply when you sell or deliver a product, right? So considering that, you move to the next layer, which is basically defining the data principles that should govern over the solution that you're developing. And as an example of a data principle, we can mention like the GDPR law. So nowadays, when we develop a new solution, we need to be within the legal framework of the country or the area where our solution is going to apply, and also the data principles that we need to respect. But more than that, this part are the different data principles that we will need to respect. And also there is a part, the humanistic part. So are we only complying something because we are forced to do it?
Effectiveness
or where is the
lately,
human part
especially
of that?
after
So
going
maybe
through
when I'm
two
developing
forks,
a new
the
solution,
London fork and the
I want to respect also the human value of the person. What if my solution has not to discriminate people using it or respect their dignity, right? So what are the
neutralized decision making.
my solution needs to respect? On top of that, we need to find a technological enabler that allows me to build a solution that meets all these requirements, all of these considerations. I'm forced to do it,
effectiveness
or where is the
lately,
human part?
especially after
So
going
maybe
through
when
two
I develop
forks,
traditional
the London fork and the
I want to respect also the artificial intelligence, neural networks, or we want to use fuzzy logic for soft computing and so on, or respect their dignity. The enabler that we use complies with all this.
Neutralized decision making.
Layers, which basically is, well, the services for the citizens need to comply with all these principles that we defined before, and of course, we thought we can cover the citizens or user needs in shape of a product or a service delivered to them. Here are a bit more details that I spoke before, and some concluding remarks about our work. So basically, we perform there is a typo there. It's only 278 articles that we analyzed to create this classification. I apologize for that. I corrected it, but maybe they took the old version. There is a high concern in terms of the healthcare service. So if you read our article, we provide more detailed figures. And there is higher concerns in digital ethics, but mostly when you deliver healthcare services, of course, because medical data is still of high concern nowadays. Like using medical data in Europe is more complicated, let's say, than using medical data in South America, for example. And this I speak from first experience. Well, there are many ethical concerns that are not yet addressed. If you remember, we still have issues such as autonomy, domination, dignity, and trust that are not being addressed in the literature. Most studies are focused on studying still privacy and responsibility. And the idea of our framework that I presented is to, it's an initial version, of course, is to try to provide a starting point for practitioners and researchers. So where do I start when I try to create a new project in terms of the new digital project that respects the ethics as humanity and society. As future work, we know we have to keep developing the framework, and we need to create some KPIs to measure how the stack model is working, if it's being complied or not. We are working currently actually in some workshops with experts to create more evaluation methods, or also to improve the stack model. Actually, we have a more updated version. It was going to be published in a new conference. And the idea is also to welcome experts from different areas. So we have our webpage of our project, which is called Sustainable Digital Ethics at the University of Fribourg in Switzerland. So you are very welcome to take a look with experts to create more evaluation methods, or also to improve in case you see some potential collaborations in the future. Thank you so much for your attention. I hope I didn't pass too much the time.
Thank you indeed for respecting the time. And is there any question? Please.
Yeah. May I please see your model? Let's say that.
Yeah, sure.
First of all, nice presentation of work.
This one?
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm not a legal expert, but as far as I know, legal frameworks are based on basic human rights.
Mm-hmm.
Don't you think that human and sustainable as principles should be below the legal framework? Because the legal aspect originates from
Yes.
human rights.
Before you answer, I would like to add something to this question. I had also a question in this concerning this. Actually, you have mentioned the data principles. Data principles, at least in Europe, I'm a lawyer, I have warned you, at least in Europe, are part of the legal framework. And in a way, also dignity and autonomy, which are issues concerning also the humanistic and sustainable and this approach, are addressed by the legal framework. Perhaps you have to consider this, that it's not something that is, it's not a remark, okay? It's just a question. If you have considered this relationship between data principles, for example, and legal framework.
Yes, so of course, I think in terms of how the legal framework works and the data principles work here in Europe, I think there is more or less established hierarchy. And thank you, well, first of all, for both of your remarks and questions. But the idea is to create something generic that can be applied in different contexts. And as I said before, in this project, we're working in Switzerland, but we also have people working in South America, where we don't have data principles basically in most countries, so there are no laws. So of course you have a legal framework for traditional businesses when you say, well, if I sell you a product, and you accept, we are in a contract or in a, we have an agreement, right? I deliver something and you give me money, for example, or some other good. But the data principles are not very clear in many contexts. And of course here in Europe it's a bit more defined. So that's why we consider, well, it's something that needs to be included, because the realities really change from one country to another. So the idea of the framework is try to say, well, do we have this or that when we are building our new solution or not? So that in that sense. With the principles, I think sometimes the legal frameworks or the data principles of GDPR, they establish a baseline, but maybe they're not sufficient for all when I want to do, for example, something environmental friendly, or things like that. For example, they might say, I'm also not a legal expert, I'm actually a computer scientist. And if I want to develop something with artificial intelligence, maybe I comply all your data principles, like maybe I'm respecting your privacy, but do you know how much energy it takes to to run an artificial intelligence AI, an engine, it takes a hell lot, and sorry for the expression. And maybe I'm complying with the data, but maybe not with humanistic principles of environment. Why don't we go to more soft, nature-inspired methods, more approximative than very exact methods that might affect our environment for the future generations? So the idea here is that even if you have some data basic principles, maybe your solution that you try to develop need to think also a bit broader, not only from this framework that provides the law, but maybe I can even go a bit more strict if that's my goal, for example. Not everybody has to do it, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other question?
Yes. It's actually, it's published in, yes. Yes, we presented this here because it's, well, we had a problem publishing the articles on the order, let's say. And yeah, we work a bit more on here, basically considering what our colleague here mentioned, that you need to consider maybe this will be in the base here or there. But I can provide you the reference if you want to check the updated version. And well, I presented this here since this is what we submitted to this conference. Thank you.
Any other questions? Any other question? I have some.
Yes.
Not a question. I have to respect the time left for the next, but I can.
Of course, I'll be happy
we can
to
discuss
further
it.
discuss.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
It's very interesting research. Very interesting research, and I admire your courage to search all these papers. We cannot follow the rhythms.
It took quite a few months.
It's exhausting. It's exhausting.
It took some months.
Please, now. You have the first name. The first name. That is,
Yeah, the first author.
okay. Please.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Oh, personal data minimization, a very important principle.
Yeah, that is one of the principles of privacy protection. My name is Mortaza Bar, and today I'm going to describe our paper about how you embed data minimization technologies in organization. I work together with my colleagues with Research and Documentation Center of Ministry of Justice of the Netherlands. We do research on criminology, on, let's say, the effectiveness of sentences in practice based on scientific research. So we are not in the following criminals or things like that, but more about how you use data analytics to predict the performance and give prognosis and things like that. And here, data protection is important. And for the last 2-3 years, we have been involved in 2 projects. And this paper collects all products that we created and gives an overview about the approach and how we want to embody these techniques in practice and in our organizations. So my talk has 4 parts: introduction about the motivation, some guiding design principles, because we see this as embedding this technology means for us more from the design perspective, how you make a design that makes it possible to embed the STC technology. I come to that later in organizations. Then I present the main results and the conclusions. The motivations. One of the basic principles of privacy protection is limiting the scope of the personal data that you collect and process to the purpose that you have in mind. It is mentioned in GDPR, and also in our domain law enforcement directive of EU, and similar laws and regulations. And some the related principles there, you can also find purpose limitation, that you go for your purpose, not go for any purpose. You collect data and process data for your purpose. And also accuracy. For that purpose, you have to get accurate data and to have a high quality data to serve your purpose. At the same time, you minimize, if you have excessive personal data, you have to minimize it. to that purpose. And in this way, you can nurture the trust of data subjects to share data with you and also to share more data because more or less, that is a general principle. If you have more data, the accuracy can improve. Improving, yeah. And then we, based on our also own experience in our research center, we see the importance of this data minimization practice nowadays. And also we have done 4 expert interviews, all of them mentioned the importance. Person data minimization can be done different ways. Generally, there are 3 techniques that you can imagine. The identification, that you remove the explicit identifiers like names, social security numbers, and things like that from your data set. The other one is information leakage prevention, that sometimes one attribute says a lot about other attribute, like the where that you live can give an indication about your income. So this kind of relationship. And the other one is statistical disclosure control, which is the main part of these technologies, and we focused on this, how we embed this technology in our organization. For those that you don't know about SDC, I have a simple example here. This is a micro data set. We have records. Every record is one person, Bob, Fred. And there are a number of attributes and about the job, the gender and age, and etc. And what you do for protection, mostly for statistical purpose, you don't need names to identify. So you remove the names. Other attributes like job, gender, and age can also sometimes be identifying. If you know someone's in your community with engineer male 35, you may identify based on other information that is Mr. X or things like that. So you generalize that as well. So job becomes profession, and then age becomes 35 up to 40, 35 to 39. And you do the same for other 4. So this is generalization. So if you do these kind of things, the quasi-identifiers can be also protected. And then still sometimes in your data set, there are some information that can be revealing. For example, you think that height is not important. You cannot identify someone with that. But if someone is 210, then in your community, you can maybe identify that person. So it is not so easy job to do, but yeah, you see how it works, more or less. So this kind of technology, there are a lot of tools, and already many organizations use that, like statistical bureaus in countries, they apply these techniques. For medical research, they apply. For most other organizations, they don't know anything about this, especially in our government organizations. And so we want to embed in this organization. That was our main research question in this paper. So the guiding principles, it is a complex process because at universities you don't teach students about these techniques very much. So maybe a small group, but not most of them. Data scientists, they don't learn about this. There is a lack of expertise in organizations and also a lack of formal decision-making process. Expertise, okay, there are too few people who know about this, and also in order to apply these techniques, because they are context-dependent and also multidisciplinary, you need a good process to define it, and there is no process mostly. And also demanding. If you do something wrong, you and your organization can also be in trouble because liability problems, accountability problems can come up. And at the same time, it's very important to do as we saw in previous slides. What we did, for this research, for this paper, we looked at what are the factors that makes a technology acceptable. So we looked at the technology acceptance models. One of them is this. And then we identified a number of design guidelines. And based on design guidelines, we produced a number of products that I come to that later. These are the design guidelines that you can see in one of our tables. So I don't describe it here. I go forward because of time. But then later I'll give some examples about each guideline, what we did about it. The framework that we have 3 roles. Data controller for applying the SDC technology. We have data controller, which has the data. We have data minimizer, which minimizes the data. We have a data processor that uses the data. So the raw data goes to the minimizer. It produces the minimized data. But we have to be careful that that is not full protection. You need other protection to put next to that to protect the data. In practice, people call this data minimization, data anonymization, and therefore say, okay, it is anonymized, you may use it. But most often, the data, anonymized data is not anonymized actually. So it is very vulnerable for re-identification. So that's why that you've been used, first of all, another term for that, minimizer, inspired by GDPR, for example. And also, you put this here that also you need other techniques like security technique, data protection, access control, usage control, and encryption to protect data as well. So together, it protects data. Okay, back for here. So data consumer, we put it aside. Now we consider the two roles that we have, data and minimizer, and data control, how you map it to the practice. So data controllers here are below. Every department has its own data. And one model is that you have a central data minimizer. You feed the data to the central point, and then they apply the STC techniques. Because it is centralized, you can have expertise there, and also they can do efficient job. But the problem is that you feed the raw data to the central point. That is one of the key issues of privacy protection. You cannot collect data in one central point. It becomes like Big Brother problem. The other model is that you make every data controller also expert in STC. This is also very ambitious because although you keep the data local, but you bring the difficult education of STC technology to the node, which is not achievable in short time because of the complexity. What we propose here to have a combination, you have some tasks centralized and some tasks localized at the local party data controllers. So the central party can do R&D kind of activities, borderline cases, news cases, and produce the knowledge and share it with the local parties. And local parties and data control can apply routine jobs to simple jobs. And gradually you diffuse the information about STC from central point to the local point. So this is one perspective that we propose within our organization in order to embed such technology. The second approach is that in order to diffuse the knowledge, you cannot push with one button all the knowledge to the local point. You need like a graduation, kind of evolutionary process to teach these local entities from scratch about this technology. So we here propose using action design research methodology. We think it's a very nice example how you do this in evolutionary way. In iteration, so you create some knowledge about STC, and then you bring it to the data controllers, and then they can apply to the practice, and then you learn. And also they come up with new cases, and then they can feed it to the next iteration to produce new IT knowledge about that. One of the important aspects is formalizing what you learn, because if you don't formalize it, then it gets lost during the process, and every time you have to reinvent the wheel. That is not the purpose. So a scientific way, that is we call it action design research, to creating this kind of paper reports and guidelines in a scientific way is the key issue here. It guarantees the reusability of the knowledge that you produce. Back to the design guidelines, what we have created. So for the first iteration within our organization, we have done in 2.5 years, we created a number of products. So the first design guideline was to create scientific, based on the technology acceptance criteria and that we learned from literature. One of the guidelines was to create scientific evidence. We created 4 scientific articles and published it already. To create non-scientific evidence, we created 2 professional articles and published already in our Dutch ministries. There is 1 or 2. There is 1 professional magazine we published there. To make the system less complex, STC methods, one of the tools that you can find in internet open source is ARCS. It's by University of München. It is a very nice tool, very complex. And if you need to be expert on that to apply it. And what we did, we simplified the user interface to make it and reduce the number of functionality in order to have a simple version of ARCS to teach newcomers to this field, to the new data stewards, to teach them and to have to give them opportunity to gain some hands-on experience. And this is called micro-learning, so to start from somewhere, and that is a nice way of doing that. Championing the use, so this is not in the paper, but what we, after writing the paper, within our organization, our research center, we are applying these techniques gradually. So, and we're creating working examples for our data stewards. Later can use these examples for similar cases. Training, we organize a number of training and workshops and organizational support. The way that it is necessary, one of the guidelines that to provide organizational support for such tools, like help desk, and giving some, if you have a question, you can go there. So the structures that we define based on a centralized expertise center provides that as well. Management encouragement within our organization, there is nowadays a movement to create a center for, they call it now data specialization. Actually, that is what we call here STC Expert Center. So it is, I don't know if it's because of our work, but we see this is coming up. But these are the people that we produced our results for them, actually. Create a shared belief. We organized like a debate this year to make everybody aware about, everybody in our organization aware about this technology. Iterative process, the evolutionary process of learning that we introduced, it is an iterative process, and this is one of the design guidelines to make a technology acceptable. Create various knowledge modes. We created various, in addition to scientific papers and non-scientific papers, we created also 2 state-of-the-art reports on STC technology. One for microdata, the other one for frequency tables, tabular data. This is called principal knowledge. So you know about theory behind this technology. And also we created another report about guidelines, how you use that. And this is how to knowledge. So in literature, they mentioned that these are important to make a complex technology also acceptable for organization. Align the top-down guidance with local needs, and the way that we have this structure, central versus local, also enables this approach. And also enhance the trust. What we propose in our guidelines is that to have a close collaboration between different disciplines, because applying this technology is not technical only, it's not legal only, you need to combine different experts together in order to come up with a solution. You need collaboration between technical privacy experts, legal privacy experts, management that who decide about the strategy of the organization, and maybe ethical experts as well, and things like that. So these were the conclusions. If you want the references to our products or our artifacts in the paper, you can find them. In conclusion, in this paper, we propose a mixed deployment structure for applying and embedding STC technology. Some of the tasks are centralized and some of the tasks are distributed. We propose an evolutionary approach to learn gradually, starting from basics and then gradually embedding more knowledge and diffusing more knowledge to the local points. And for the first round, we created a number of artifacts. And the idea is that to apply them into the practice and then see how they work. And if there is some unit improvement via feedback, you can improve them. And also to observe some new borderline cases and then apply them also and do research and development about those cases and then create new guidelines for them. In the near future, we want to go for a distributed STC tool. The tools that you have now is our desktop tool. That means that you need to have the full access to all the raw data in order to minimize the data. This tool that we have in mind is more about, you have from distance, you can see the metadata about the data, and then you can apply the techniques, and then give the adaptation of the data to the local point. But okay, we have to see how it can work in practice if your metadata is enough for you to do this job. And also we need to do more user studies about the things that we mentioned are more or less the first round. Then we have to see how they operate in practice, and then to learn from that. And for that we need to do more user studies. So I hope I am on time. This is my last.
Are there any questions for this? I have a question. Actually, you have mentioned, perhaps you can show us once again, that there are 3 roles: data controller, data processor, and data minimizer.
Yeah.
From my legal or legalistic point of view, I can understand that it's the data controller who is in charge of minimizing data. It's not a third entity, a third person, or it's one of the obligations, of the main obligations of the data controller. Perhaps I have not understood exactly what you have meant with this.
Yeah, you're right, because in GDPR, for example, there is no data minimizer,
Yes.
so it is all should be done here. We separate these two from each other because of our purpose to make it clear,
Yes.
and to make the following discussion about, okay, if you go for here, so that means that data controller in the legal, that as it is now, these are one party.
Okay.
And so if you see the whole as a data controller, then, but if you look and zoom in
Okay,
one organization.
You mean this, the data minimizer is at the source of raw data?
Yeah, that is-
And then he or the entity has to minimize the data before the data controller will have to process it.
Yeah,
Okay.
data process, before that
Okay,
process.
okay.
And what we
Clear.
do, we look inside the organization, and also from the spirit of GDPR, we understand that, okay, within organization is also not sensible to centralize the data.
Yes.
And that is the idea behind it.
And collect them in a pool that is to share them.
Yeah. So, and then these together minimize the data and then share it. Yeah.
I have a second question, actually, a more generic question, because in the Netherlands, you have mentioned that you are in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
In the Netherlands, you have a long tradition concerning the embedding the legal principles into technology from the very beginning. I'm wondering if the obligations with GDPR have changed a lot, everyday processing in bigger organizations. Do you had already this tradition? As privacy enhancing technologies embedded in the law as obligation, etc. Did you have to reorganize the way that you are using data protection by design to minimize data, etc.?
Yeah, we hope that we are going to do that, because it is not so immediate. You cannot do it immediately, and it takes time. But respecting the spirit of GDPR, it is essential to reorganize the things that we have to. Actually, applying these techniques also reorganizing, because before these techniques, what people did in our organization, they removed the name, maybe date of birth, and simple things, and then used to call it anonymized, but
it's not anonymized.
Yeah, no, that is
not even pseudonymized,
but
actually.
this is back in the past. But yeah, this is the way that we are introducing and making people aware that be careful. The 210 length, if someone's height 210, can be also identified.
I'm using this as example in the lecture.
Yeah.
If I say the big one and there is only a person who is 210,
Yeah.
then everybody understands who is it.
Yeah, these are also also we want to also teach the new data stewards about these aspects.
Thank you very much. Sina's also a question. We have a presentation left, and we have we can have
Very
some
quick
time
question.
to.
How does your new setup handle data where it's very difficult to separate the personal information from the data? For example, court data. When you're looking at legal data, for instance, there are certain judgments and certain verdicts that are very, very person specific, and you have to actually quote the case name, or they are very easily identifiable. So how does this three-way setup handle that kind of data?
Yeah, that kind of is difficult to handle. So you have to, in my opinion, you have to not consider the open data. So if you want to share it with someone else, you can adapt a little bit these techniques because it isn't required, but some parts you cannot, and because it is needed for that purpose. And then for that, you need other techniques and mechanisms like a contract, signing a contract, more other tech to protect the data together. And they think that if you want to open it to the whole world, that is dangerous. So you have to be careful about that, and what is the impact on person. If the impact is great and big, then it is better not to open it. Thank you.
Any other question? Thanks once again. Sefali. Now, my co-chair, Sefali Vicker, will present the paper number 4. Perhaps you have noticed that there was no presentation of paper number 2. Methodology for evaluating advanced legal infrastructures. It sounds like many laws or something like that.
It looks like many laws. Welcome. A very good morning to everyone. My name is Shefali Virkar, and I am a senior research associate at the Danube University Krems Department for E-Governance and Administration. Together with my colleagues from the University of the Aegean, we have put together a paper, developed a methodology, an initial methodology for evaluating advanced legal infrastructures, and I'll walk you through it today. And with an example of based on a project we've been working together on called Many Laws. So my presentation is structured as follows. I'll first talk to you a bit about the importance of legal information in day-to-day life, and sort of go through advanced legal information systems and the project under consideration. I'll then talk to you a bit about the basic terms and concepts that we've been exploring in terms of monitoring and evaluation of advanced legal information systems. I'll talk about some of the theoretical bases for evaluating complex computer systems, and how then this has developed, we have developed into an evaluation methodology and an integrated evaluation framework. I'll run you very quickly through the application and results of our initial work, and talk to you about, conclusions and future directions. So first, legal information in the European context. So information is a fundamental component of decision making. Without proper information, without being informed on different viewpoints and different perspectives, it's impossible to take informed decisions. Similarly, legal information in particular is becoming more and more important because the law subscribes pretty much everything we do in whatever role we play in society, be it in a political, social, economic context. So it's very important to have a good understanding of how the law impacts our day-to-day activities. So traditionally, the demand for legal information has been addressed by very simple portals providing basic search and search and retrieval functionalities. However, legal information, especially in the European context, is becoming more and more complex because because the law operates on so many levels. There's the local, there's the national, and there's the European level. And it's important to understand how a particular activity is circumscribed, not only within a small or narrow local context, but also supranationally. What are the European directives that impact or that have an impact on these activities? Because usually these are reflected in national law. So the increasing supply of complex legal information has resulted in the emergence of new hardware, new software, sort of dedicated to aggregating these sources of information and presenting them to lay audiences in an organized and systematic manner. And with the advent of sophisticated legal information retrieval systems, we need to look carefully at these systems themselves. And we need to evaluate their performance and their ability to deliver on high quality legal information. So the purpose of this paper is to develop a framework for the rigorous monitoring and evaluation of an advanced legal information system by providing a basic set of attributes to identify and characterize important dimensions of platform functionality, linking both the process of information provision with the utility of the system. So our evaluation framework was the basis for this framework was a project called Many Laws, which sought to develop, to conceptualize and build the proper environment for advanced legal information retrieval through the creation of a big open legal database. The ultimate objective was to develop a document-driven decision support system to facilitate better decision-making within target populations. So to do this, data on legislation provided by the European Union, Austria, and Greece from 1990 to 2020 was accessed, annotated, linked, and transformed into structured open data sets. So this was the foundation for this system was high-performance computing, because in the European context, we recognize that the manual extraction of legal information is nearly impossible. It really needs a sophisticated, it needs a supercomputer to process all these different information silos. So based on the metadata that we collected, a new data model was described that was compatible with the that will be compatible with the European Data Portal. The project has just ended. The life cycle ended in March this year. And a unique metadata system was created in using W3C, the DCAT vocabulary, the EU ontology, and a Komatoso. So the idea behind Many Laws was to implement an agile ICT architecture that supported the integration of several identified novel services, and to keep the structure flexible in order to take this to extend it to different countries and to increase the number of services that the system could offer. So, coming to monitoring and evaluation, these are now it's all very well to build a fancy system, but one has to monitor its performance and to evaluate the quality of the data and the quality of the system provides. So we use two working definitions. We use the UN Women definition of monitoring, where we looked at monitoring as a systematic process of collecting, analyzing, and using information to track a program's progress towards reaching its objectives and to guide management decisions. So we said this is our baseline monitoring definition, which involves three major aspects. It involves the ongoing and systematic collection of data at multiple points. We also said monitoring needs to provide management and stakeholders with an idea of the extent of progress. And we need to, thirdly, we need to determine whether the activities based on the first two assessments need further adjustment during the intervention in order to improve the attainment of desired outcomes. We then said, following this, and in parallel, we need to put in place a continuous evaluation process. And we used a working definition provided by Patton, where we said evaluation is the systematic collection of information about the activities, characteristics, and outcomes of programs for use by people to reduce uncertainties, improve effectiveness, and make decisions. Essentially, we said evaluation differs from monitoring in that we are collecting measurable outcomes. We are collecting measurable outcomes to assess the extent to which objectives have been achieved. We looked at 5 different types of evaluation initiatives: the formative, the process, the summative, the outcome, and the impact. And we said that the results of our evaluation would then be used to improve the capacity of our system, much like the definition said. To build our evaluation framework, we started off with computer science literature. We looked at McNamara and Kurowski for dimensions of advanced computer system performance. So we identified 3 dimensions that warranted further exploration. We looked at functionality. We asked ourselves, what does the product do? What can the product do? This is a technical issue, and we looked at the types and number of features, the usefulness of the device, the product maintainability, and product reliability. We then considered usability, which we said stemmed from a user perspective. We asked the question, how easy is it to use the product? How easy is it to customize the product? This, we looked at and we took usability to include user support and user goal facilitation. So whether the system that we were developing actually helped the user achieve the goals they set out to achieve. The third dimension we considered was user experience, and we said this is different from the technical and the user in that it is experiential. And we asked ourselves, how does the user feel about the product? What aspects of the product are considered important? And what does the user dislike or like on the converse about the product? So we said this dimension entailed overall user impressions of the product, a willingness of the user to actually use the product again or to recommend it, and their willingness finally to pay a subscription fee for it. We took a closer look at usability. Out of the 3 dimensions, we said this is in the IS literature. This is a fundamental dimension that needs to be explored further. Using a definition by Saket et al., we said that usability encompasses the effectiveness, efficiency, safety, utility, and learnability of the design. So essentially, we took usability to mean the extent to which a product or a service is easy to use. Traditionally speaking, in IS literature, usability is all about the quality of use, or the interaction the nature of the interaction between the user and the product, circumscribed by the context, which is referred to as the context of use. When considered this way, we said usability has a number of factors that need to be considered. So the information system in particular needs to have an intuitive design where a user has an immediate understanding of the architecture and is able to navigate the system. The system should be easy to learn. It refers to the speed at which the user can pick up the functionalities of the system can accomplish tasks without ever seeing the system before. We said the system that we considered efficiency to use, the rate at which the user can accomplish a given task. Usability also is about memorability. The extent to which a user will remember their experience in a positive sense following the use of the system. Then usability traditionally also is about error frequency and severity, or the frequency at which users make errors and the severity of those errors. So it's not just errors arising from difficulty, but also the severity from which they can recover from these errors, and how they can recover from them. Usability is also about subjective satisfaction and the degree to which each individual user likes the system. More recently, we also took into account the fact that usability has been expressed in terms of the quality of use, quality of experience, taking into account other features of the system, including the aesthetic, the image of the system, the impression the system has, and the ambience created through technology use. We then looked at usability and performance. We considered usability evaluation or usability testing, which assesses the extent to which an interactive computer system is easy and pleasant to use. So this is moving into the quality of experience. We focused on the degree to which users can learn and use a product to achieve their goals and feel good about it. For a usability test, which we said we would conduct to be rendered effective, we identified the fact that the usability problem or all the negatives associated with usability need to be very clearly defined. If the negative aspects of the system are not clearly defined, then you will not be able to get an accurate usability test. The techniques commonly used to evaluate usability include open-ended comments, objective questions or surveys, task performance measures, multiple choice tests, and participant self-assessment. Again, poor definition of parameters lead to poor evaluations. It has also been argued in the literature that usability is no longer the dominant paradigm in computer systems evaluation, and that user experience needs to be considered as a measurable emotional dimension in HCI evaluation. We then looked specifically at the key relevance dimensions of information retrieval as a subset of legal information systems. We identified from Van Opanen and Santos six dimensions along which the relevance of information retrieval could be measured. The algorithmic, the topical, the bibliographic, the cognitive, the situational, and the domain reference. So, from our various theoretical studies, we concluded that numerous services and capabilities can be offered by legal data infrastructure to improve usability and user experience. Therefore, we said that given this complexity, the methodology for evaluation should include an assessment of a number of features, including assessment of system performance, the accuracy of results, system ease of use, quality of the system and data, and the coverage of system capabilities. We also concluded that it is important to identify users of legal information and to discuss their specific needs. Because without a clear idea of who is using the system, one doesn't know about user goals and requirements, and you can't build a system that performs and that is accurate to a high extent. To do this, we said we have to conduct requirements engineering tasks, wherein requirements engineering is a process by which individual stakeholder requirements and needs are elicited, identified, and modeled. These we said would then be developed into detailed functional and non-functional requirements that would be carefully documented and fed back into the development process. we said that we concluded that each stage of the requirements engineering process would be associated with different tools and techniques, questionnaires, interviews, surveys, focus groups, to elicit the required information. So between October 2018 and May 2019, we gathered information from would-be users of the proposed system. We ran a questionnaire. We conducted expert interviews. We conducted workshops and focus groups. From these requirements engineering exercises, we developed basic requirement categories to form the foundation of our proposed system. So we first looked at recall and whether a particular system particular item is retrieved or the extent to which the retrieval of a wanted item occurs. So we looked at two basic requirements here. We looked at performance and the response times, which included the response times of information retrieval. So quite obviously, if you key something into Google, Google, in fact, has a counter for this. They say results retrieved in a particular n number of seconds. So performance is measured in terms of response times. We also looked at usability with the solution being easy to operate, use, and learn quickly. The second high-level basic requirement we looked at is precision, or the proportion of documents retrieved that were relevant to the search query. So within this, we looked at accuracy as a basic requirement, and the degree to which results are accurate. And we looked at reliability in the sense that the consistency of the system in returning accurate results. A third top-level basic requirement we looked at was fallout, or the proportion of non-relevant items that would, so the proportion of inaccurate results received. We looked at, under fallout, we considered security, or the ability of the system to resist unauthorized or accidental or misuse. We looked at supportability, or the cost effectiveness of the system. We looked at verifiability, and in the sense of the system being validated to the highest industry standards. The final top-level basic requirement category we looked at is generality, or the proportion of relevant items, the proportion here. So, of relevant items retrieved during a given search. We looked at availability. In terms of the platform being available all the time. We looked at customization, or the degree to which the system was flexible enough to allow the user to make changes, to personalize, etc. And we looked at internationalization. We considered the ability of the system to operate in multiple languages, and the user to be able to switch languages, and the flexibility of a multilingual environment. This is particularly important in the European context because it's 27 countries, 27 languages, and legal language, as you know, is very specific. So for an accurate result to be delivered, translations need to be spot on. And there are, as we found, even between Austrian and Greek legal frameworks, there are lots of false friends. There are lots of turns of phrase which mean one thing in Austrian and something completely different in the Greek context. So developing a system that could retrieve legal information and present it to the user in multiple languages was a challenge. So we said internationalization we have got to consider this when developing a pan-European system. So building on everything that I've been talking about so far, the theoretical background and the basic requirements, we described an integrated evaluation framework. For this framework, we considered the main evaluation dimensions to be usability, performance, availability, security, customization, information quality, capabilities, and the overall evaluation of the system. We basically used the literature I've mentioned previously to identify these categories, and we adapted it to the specificities and the functionalities of a legal information retrieval system. So we took from the IS literature. There's not that much information on legal information retrieval. So we said there are certain things about legal information retrieval systems that are specific to that type of system. So we adapted them. In the next step, the key output variables we identified correspond directly with the top-level parameters used to describe the basic requirements, and each of these was associated with one or more key output variables. From this clustering, we identified the 3 most significant key output indicators and a set of desirable outcomes. And against this all, we evaluated the system. So this is our evaluation framework in a nutshell. You can see that our key outputs, I won't go through the entire table, but you can see that our key outputs were correctness or soundness of the algorithms, the correctness of the integrated system, the completeness of the query results, and performance. And each of these has been associated with different basic requirements. So at least each and every basic requirement was associated with one of these key output variables. From these, we developed key output indicators. We identified key outcomes and key outcome indicators. So now to the application of the methodology. We conducted this as part of the Many Laws project. To do this, we developed a self-administered questionnaire to collect primary data from key stakeholders and user groups. The questionnaire was based on the evaluation methodology and divided into 2 parts. So part 1 captured demographic data and user expectations of what the system might entail. And part 2 captured user experiences following their interaction with the system. We're focusing here on the second part of the questionnaire, which was structured to mirror the 4 key output categories and the 10 basic requirements that we discussed previously. So we had 5 groups of questions concerning usability, performance, availability, information quality, and capabilities. The 2-part questionnaire was filled out by 42 individuals from user categories including legal professionals, legal researchers, and public servants. These are our results. The results show the average ratings and correlations of value dimensions. So the first and the fourth column are the dimensions that we measured. Second and fifth columns are the average rating for each each dimension, and the third and the sixth column are the relative importance. So I won't, as we're running out of time, I will not, I mean, basically, this is, if you want more information about what the coding entails, we basically, this is a coding extracted from the questionnaire. I go back to this very quickly to say that, for instance, you'll see that the average rating for availability was the highest. So in terms of technical, in terms of importance, our users felt that availability and performance of the system were the most important attributes of the system that they were looking for. I'll skip the results because there's no point in throwing figures at you when we're running out of time. So basically, in conclusion, our research paper describes a novel monitoring and evaluation framework for advanced legal data infrastructures. These have been developed and derived from a list of basic requirements and KPIs identified in the literature. The developed evaluation model assesses the overall satisfaction of a potential user using the legal data infrastructure under consideration. There were two dependent variable measures that the system compares favorably with other offerings, and a preference for using our given system to other alternatives. The model was applied to a novel legal data platform to facilitate the identification of its strengths and weaknesses. The average ratings of the indicators and their correlation to overall satisfaction were calculated and combined. Finally, the main limitation of our research is that this evaluation has been conducted across a relatively small sample of users. So perhaps further research and on users of the same system or across different systems is required to validate our model. And we also need to extend the scope of our evaluation to encompass, to talk about user objectives in more detail. Yes.
Thank you, Shefali. Actually, we have spoken for 25 minutes because she has an insider information that there will be only 4 papers to be presented as co-chair, and she has also the privilege of co-chair and presenter at the same time, and for her work it was. Is there any question? No questions. Everything very detailed. I have several questions, but I want to. Actually, my main question was also a question for you. Is this, you have mentioned these differences between legal terms, especially legal terms, because legal terms are very specific, and perhaps, I don't know your background, but the scientists think that the lawyers are using words not as terms, but every word has a specific information value. It's also a boundary. Binding information value, because you apply the law with regard to the terms and their meaning. And my question is, and I said that it's also not a question, but a thought also for your paper. If you use the word responsibility as a concern or as a term, in Greece has a totally different meaning if you use the same word in another country, in Germany or whatever. Or the word accountability in the specific framework of data protection means really something different with regard to what is meant in UK with accountability. Was it possible not to translate, but to have an overall approach of this legalistic terminology to create such a system?
It was a challenge.
It was very challenging.
It was a challenge.
I know the project. I was involved in a way, but it was such a challenge. And I would like you to share with us in brief these difficulties. I mean, how do you think that you have addressed these challenges?
Well, it had to be done manually. We had to sit down with legal experts from the 2 pilot countries and run through the terminology. I mean, and it wasn't just a direct translation from German to Greek. Yes. It's also including the terminology in English. So we had to. There was the idea. Basically, we had we had to start with a very basic legal vocabulary, or legal data infrastructure vocabulary. And we looked at the vocabulary in Greek, in English, and in German, and then refined it manually, because there was no other way to do it. It cannot be.
It's not an algorithm.
No, it cannot be done.
That's what I would like to stress. That it's not an algorithmic work. You cannot do it. You cannot do it even in the context, sorry for interrupting
No,
you,
it's fine.
but just to make it a little bit. Even in the context of a single country, of a single legal order, it's not easy to use an algorithm, let's say, in order to take a decision, because terms have to be interpreted in a very specific way concerning the specific case. And how can you achieve internationalization of this? Is it achievable? That's my
We plan to use a system of peer production or peer annotation, where eventually the system would have a functionality for peers from the legal community to look at our translation. So first of all, we'd have to use a basic universal ontology.
as a tool to build on.
As the basis, because otherwise there is no common ground at all, and you'd have two separate systems. So there has to be the base layer has to be a legal vocabulary, an internationally or a European standard legal vocabulary. And then we make the translations manually using the e-translation tool. After this, they are evaluated by legal experts from the respective countries and then published. And then what happens is users of the system have to come in and correct us. So it would have to be in a wiki form where people could actually would have accounts and leave comments, and so we'd refine we recognize that our translations would never be 100% accurate. And there would have to be a disclaimer for a long time saying that this is the general gist of the law in translation. But it is as accurate as we can get using the common vocabulary and the e-translation tool.
Okay, then I have to express my respect to this work, I must say once again, because it's huge. Yours also, I must say. My respect too. And if you don't have any other question, then we have to watch a video.
Yeah.
Because the last presentation, not the last, yes, the last presentation is recorded, it's pre-recorded. And unfortunately, it's not very interactive. We cannot share our thoughts or ask questions.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
Πόσο διαρκεί αυτό?
20 minutes, 20 λεπτά δηλαδή.
Εντάξει.
Morning, everyone.
Το βάλω από τα αριστερά είναι εκεί. Όχι, εδώ στα αριστερά είναι.
It is indeed a pleasure.
Εδώ στα αριστερά δεν.
To have this opportunity to present to you our paper.
Here you can see that Greeks are very flexible persons, huh?
The title Fostering Trust through Ethical Data Sharing.
Όχι, εσύ.
Can you hear it?
Αυτό εδώ. Okay, it should be working now, sorry.
morning, everyone. It is indeed a pleasure to have this opportunity to present to you our paper titled Fostering Trust Through Ethical Data Sharing, which is based on emerging insights of the PSET Cloud Initiative in South Africa. I am Dr. Ruxana Rajab, an associate of JET Education Services, and I lead the PSET Cloud program. With me today is Simpiwe Ntuli, who will be co-presenting, and I'll give a moment to Simpiwe to also introduce himself.
Thank you, Roxana. Hi, everybody. My name is Simpiwe Ntuli from JET Education Services. I'm the Technical Research Officer for the PSET Cloud project. Over to you, Roxana.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the next 15 minutes, Simpiwe and I will be sharing with you a brief background on the PSET Cloud Initiative. We will discuss data ethics and why it's important to consider in building technological systems. And we also want to share with you the element of building and fostering trust with citizens. And lastly, we will talk about citizen empowerment, specifically with regard to data privacy.
So, Roxana, what can you tell us about the South African initiative?
Yes, sure, Simpiwe. You know, South Africa is a relatively young democracy, and with that we have faced inherent social issues that we are still trying to solve. You know the saying about how you eat an elephant one piece at a time, right? That's essentially what we're trying to do. So, more than a decade now, the unemployment statistics of South Africa has been growing, and this was exacerbated now with the COVID-19 pandemic. At the same time, technological advances too are rapidly increasing. And so we thought, why not use the technological opportunities that exist to close the gap of unemployment so that the 12 million of our people find themselves in a jobless river currently, and that can be addressed. So what makes the river jobless? People have had hope and continue to live in hope that the situation will change, but there is growing disillusionment and dissatisfaction, especially amongst young people. Whilst many of the young people around the globe are also unemployed and have preferences for white-collar jobs instead of trades, in South Africa we have other challenges like mismatching skills that are being developed in our institutions, and the gap between the job market and provisioning is growing. The supply and demand is growing. The gap in the supply and demand is growing. So we therefore need to make sure that we build on improved skills development for capacity and capability and find a more integrated solution. Let's have a look at our education and training system. This is a nice overview of our post-school education training system, but as we've tried to address the legacies of apartheid, we created a fragmented system with far too many pieces of legislation, too many separate organizations, each playing an isolated island, and there are pockets of collaboration between them, but that is quite sporadic. So we need an evolving bridge between education and employment. Generally, we think of post-school education as a linear process where we need to start thinking, what we need to do is start thinking about it as a lifelong learning process and career pathways for livelihoods and sustainable development in line with economic growth. What we usually do is we choose what to study, get a degree, and then look for a job, build a career, but we are constantly being challenged by constant change, especially now with technology, and therefore change in the kinds of jobs that are available. We also consider the acquisition of new skills, and we need to adapt with this change around us so that we can consider new opportunities, career pathways, and personal development. So navigating this requires some flexibility in being able to adapt and be more mobile from one place to another. This is important because it prevents us from being trapped in our our own choices and stagnate as individuals. And this usually leads to dropouts in school and colleges, sometimes incompetence at work, or even being disillusioned. So once we understood all these challenges around employment, jobs, provisioning, education, and training, we realized that there was also an urgent need to empower citizens to skill, upskill, and reskill to remain relevant in this fast-paced, technological, evolving world. So we have several policies in place, strategies, all to address unemployment in South Africa, several initiatives both in the public and private sector. But what doesn't exist is a common platform where we can connect all these initiatives and make it easier for our learners to navigate our education and training system and find jobs. So the idea of the PSET Cloud was born, and the development of an interoperable platform was initiated. The system we are building is meant to address both national priorities and to meet labour market needs. And we are strengthening integration across the current systems and the new systems through the platform. We're also working quite hard on collaboration to improve efficiency, governance, and management. And of course, we want to harvest rich intelligence and knowledge and intelligence so that we can do lots of strategic planning and decision making and respond to the labour market. Let me share with you quickly our project cycle. So this looks quite cyclical, and it's over a 5-year period. We are in year 3 at the moment, and the platform is designed to build trust and work together. So while we are sharing, providing, collating better data through partnerships, interoperability will provide us with better insights. And through this process, we're looking at the 12 million people who are now forgotten, but who can look forward to a better future. The cycles you will see is a lot of research initially, a business case, viability, stakeholder engagement, and we're at a point where we are looking at, we are building the minimal viable product before we go into the last cycle on the top to scale up. However, while we're doing this, we find that data ethics in the system is not well considered, and this breaks the trust between the project owners and the users of the system. So in advance, we looked at this issue quite carefully as we build. So Superior, can you just unpack for us how and why we consider data ethics for the analysis we want to undertake during our design process?
Thank you. Will do, Roxana. So in robotic process automation, they speak of the 3 imperatives for robotics-enabled transformation. What that basically is are moral imperatives that are built into the programming that ensure that robots perform the task that they are asked of them in every instance, and essentially never evolve to the point where they could cause harm to humans. This is similar to the logic behind data ethics. We can't get away from data being central and accept the reality that data may be flawed. However, we need to stop biases, misinterpretations, and errors as quickly as possible. We need shared understanding, standards, and data governance. Data has become a powerful tool to predict, anticipate, and prepare for many positive things. But like any tool, without the proper governance, it can be used for harm than for common good. To this end, the objective that we want to meet is putting people back, because ultimately the data, affects people. So what we're saying is that data systems need to be balanced. They should not undermine our autonomy. Instead, they should respect our privacy and should be reviewed to make sure that they don't perpetuate biases or stereotypes. In relation to the PSET Cloud, the data that underpins the system sits in various different systems. What we strive to do is create interoperability of this system so that the data that is gathered is utilized to advance the needs of stakeholders within the PSET ecosystem. So, in this interoperability platform, we need to develop our own version of imperatives for transformation, which are the following. To create a system that catches biases and errors early so that they can be resolved. To create a system that ensures a shared understanding of what we're ultimately trying to do, that being bringing several different systems together to bridge the gap between job seekers and employers, to create a system that applies best practices in terms of data governance protocols. Data governance is a dialogue process, an ongoing conversation. Strategic dialogue processes must be well considered. This means engaging and hearing what stakeholders' interests would be, establishing a shared purpose and common understanding around how, bringing data together through interoperability could benefit everyone. The next phase is about addressing stakeholder concerns and hesitations. They feel they may lose or are taking a risk, hence the necessary oversight structures and data management frameworks that need to be established and common value that needs to be secured. With that said, I will hand over to you, Roxana, to take us through what we believe is necessary in fostering trust.
So, with all that you've said about data protection and dialogue with our stakeholders, for us it is more about making sure that the platform delivers relevant and reliable information, but at the same time also building the trust with confidence in what we are doing and helping our stakeholders and partners that we're bringing into the system meet their own mandates. This means that data governance becomes a dialogue process which balances securing the collaboration on the one hand of all concerned and creating the value that they need. So we need to bring people into the process so that we can have the governance, but this will require a collaboration team and a separate value creating team who are the technical team who build the solutions, for example, our MVP developers, creating the tangible solutions, but also creating the value that our stakeholders need. So this is important because we found through our project that the collaboration team focuses on engagement and dialogue and brings people closer to the tech solution. And we've had focused meetings between the two teams for specific reasons to meet and ensure that the promise happens and get realized, keeping the techies on track with the mutual learning process where the frame of reference is then aligned. So this sets the stage for cooperation and the integration of multiple data sources to create shared data assets. The assets will need to become relevant to the stakeholder, and this involves an iterative process of empowerment for them to understand and make sure that there's a co-creation in what is possible, building the solutions that make us give them a sense of what is to be delivered with sustainable, enriched insights. So from here, it is possible to secure long-term collaboration. It's not just as we build the system, but for continuous sustainability. So we are in this way trying to find new problems of solving new solutions of solving old problems, and learning and evolving and innovating to create a better future for all. It is important to rethink our model of engagement with citizens, and therefore what we did was we sort of made sure that they are confident in how their data will be collected, collated, protected, interpreted, and used. And while we're doing all of this, we need to take heed of equity and empowerment and the ethics in the data sharing process. So let me just explain about the competing perspectives that we find. We are looking at building trust at 3 levels: the environmental side, organizations, as well as individuals. The factors that influence an individual to place the trust in the system are related to the individual's normal decision-making protocols, where the individual is seen on the supply side of this intervention while the organization is more on the demand side, fostering that trust in a more dynamic process. So the first step is where we need to see the other person and realize that even as an individual, they have their own competing perspectives and try to take on the balance within themselves. So fostering the trust involves considering the balance with personal values, beliefs, mindsets, perceptions, with that of the organization they represent. So the organization has its own culture, its structure, its legacy, and the individual finds itself within a specific context. And so there are uncertainties that generally frame how everything works. And put all that together in an environment, one needs to see the shift between the three levels of perspectives. So we really need to meet people in their context, understand the competing perspectives, and create the balance so that we can have a collaborative platform. What I want to just demonstrate now quickly is the blocks that we've created in creating the balance, finding that balance as we develop in trust. So in order to have a collaborative platform, we have identified a need to create the balance between the innovation side and the efficiency side. The dark blue blocks on the left, innovation, the right is efficiency. Innovation is the blue sky, but people need to do their work together and be faster and efficient at the same time. So we've realized that data is never complete and we can try to fix data forever, but we need to find a way to avoid an analysis paralysis so that we can ensure sustainable impact and make sure that we deliver immediate and efficient solutions. So you'll see on the left-hand side a more focused future picture, while on the right-hand side it's more about being immediate. Hence, we recommend through our research that addressing the balance between allowing us to innovate while at the same time address stakeholder needs is far more desirable. So in order to do that, we need to fully understand the stakeholder needs, and we really need to interrogate empathy mapping, and also recognize that in South Africa, we require a strong focus on citizen empowerment. So Simpiwe, maybe you can take us through the highlights on citizen empowerment, especially how we build agency and manage the change that we are going through currently.
Thank you, Roxana. So ultimately, the goal for any initiative that is geared for the public good requires the following. 1, identifying an opportunity for change and outlining a clear vision towards addressing that opportunity. For the PSA Cloud, this was done through the development of a theory of change. 2, measuring the capacity for change and devising a narrative around the change. In the PSA Cloud project, this was done through the development of a communication strategy and through the introduction of a change management specialist who adheres to the communication strategy to manage the narrative for change. 3, persistent application of the change to maintain the positive impact. And this is an ongoing process which requires collaboration, but when done right, can yield positive results. And then lastly, we also require congruency of purpose in order to achieve systemic change. We don't view our project as a data process, but rather as a multidisciplinary team so that the business processes are linked to technical processes. This must empower people and understand their pain points as we find solutions. Collaboration must create value and back so that we get better with insights from the solution. We are aware that in the PSET ecosystem, many stakeholders are wary of technology-driven initiatives. They feel it may be risky, and it is important for us to balance what is possible with what is needed. This is not about settling for less, but rather it is about engaging in active empowerment and building agency. With that said, Roxana, where are we in the process of developing the PSET Cloud?
Well, Simpiwe, it is a complex process. So it takes time and it takes effort, but we've established the things that we want to focus on. So currently, we are building the system through collaboration. And that's why CLOUD has a pun. It's also stands for, it's an acronym that stands for Collaboration for the Learning Opportunities on the Utilization of Data. So it's important for us to learn from others, especially projects like this in the international arena, but we must find our own solutions. We embrace our project as a technological one, but it is led by social innovation. And it is important for us to deliver meaningful change and ensure that we connect the dots with an ethical approach. So we hope that we have managed to bring to you all the aspects of governance and ethical divide together with ethical data usage. And we want to, in conclusion, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for the opportunity of allowing us to share our insights with you from our project. And hopefully we can be with you in person at the next e-governance conference next year. But please do keep in touch with us. We've provided an email address, and should you have any questions, let us know. So it's bye from Roxana.
And goodbye from Simpiwe. Thank you.
Problem with in this way we avoid problems of connectivity and but it's not very interactive, and we can thank you very much for your presence and your questions and your presentations, and hopefully, as Roxana said, next year we'll meet in person, also in person, more people in person. Stay safe, take care.
welcome you to the paper section number 6, Digital Governance Assessment Methods. This is the part 1. Part 2 is tomorrow. The other track chair, Professor Lev Skiftens-Flagg, will not attend the track. So, we will discuss assessment issues in these 2 sessions. So, and different aspects of assessment. My name is Dimitris Aradis. I'm from UNU, from Guimarães, from a government unit. So we will see different aspects of assessment issues from digital transformation initiatives in different levels, national, local, regional, in various sectors, healthcare, education, justice, security. These are hot topics that are covered in assessment recent years. Methods, frameworks, instruments that we apply in assessment and how we can optimize these processes. Today we will have enough time to present the papers. We have 3 papers. The first one has to do with issues from, is it emerging issues? Yes, from Costa Rica, yes?
Yes.
It concerns, it considers civil servants' readiness for data-driven public services from Costa Rica. We have another one from Nigeria, which assesses digital government transformation performance. And the third one, which will be with an online presentation, is from, it presents a holistic methodology for digital governance transition and measuring its effect on enterprise companies. So let's go to the first one, which will be presented from Marina Ruiz Mondragon. So please, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Dear colleagues who are here in Greece, and also the colleagues who are watching this live streaming. My name is Marina Ivette Ruiz Mondragon. I'm from Mexico, but currently I'm studying at KAIST, the Korean Advanced Institute of Science and Technology in South Korea. And this is our ongoing research paper, at We're Ready, Emerging Country Civil Servants Towards the Data-Driven Public Service. So for this, I would like to recognize my team. We are working on this ongoing research paper at KAIST. And this is my table of contents. First of all, I will introduce you at the general background of the paper, then the methods that we follow, and the preliminary findings that we have, and our future works. For the background, all we know that nowadays the data and the digital transformation are main concerns in public sector. But in this case, we're focused on the data-driven public service, DDPS, because this is one of the most critical enabler of the digital transformation in government. But however, there are some countries that face limitations in the implementation of these DDPs. Why? Because not all the countries have the same conditions or the same readiness to implement the DDPS. And for example, the countries that are dealing with the so-called middle income trap, they still lack of social and technological factors that allow them to get the full potential of the DDPs. And based on this, we understand that knowing the DDPS level in the organizations in emerging countries, that maybe they have the resources, they understand the necessity to have citizens-oriented services, to provide value creation, to have this digital transformation and the use of data, but they don't know where to start or how to bring this utopian vision into reality. And it's essential for them to know where they are in order to establish the path to follow and implement the digital transformation. That's why, but however, these countries normally they don't have the tools for this assessment. And we identify this as a big problem. So our motivation, actually, and because of that we did this study, is identify which are the main indicators that allow governments to know if they are ready. But ready for what? Well, ready for the adoption of data-driven public service, DDPs. And we understand this as the intelligent and trustworthy access, but the use of data for the service design and delivery, guided by, of course, the digital capabilities and the governance structures in the organizations. It's important to mention that this study was inspired by the civil servants, but civil servants in emerging countries. Why? Because these civil servants struggle with the transition towards the digital transformation. And it's important, considering that the civil servants' perception must abide by the available regulation framework. So what we did was go to the literature review, identify the determinant factors, and contrasted them to the context of an emerging country. In this case, we analyzed the context of Costa Rica. We analyzed the digital transformation strategy, the open data government, the service provision, and for that, we identify these 5 factors that we use as a foundation for our model. The idea is that this model allows to know if based on the civil servants' perception, if the organization is ready to implement this data-driven public service. And why? Because nowadays, the governments are expected to adopt these DDPS to advance the digital transformation and the creation of value. So for the methods, here you can see, this is our research design. Of course, we start with the problem definition and the motivation. Then, with the literature review and the context of Costa Rica, we identify these factors. Based on these factors, we construct the model and development the instrument for the data collection. The data collection was in Costa Rica, and we analyzed this model with a structural equation model. And then we have the implications that I will explain. So here you can see, this is our conceptual model. We have the 5 factors that we identify and the relationship with the data-driven public service perceived readiness. And these are the hypotheses that we have. Here you can see that we have 7 hypotheses because the data privacy and security has also a relationship with the IT service infrastructure and with data governance. I will explain it later. So for our preliminary findings, the first one factor that we identify is interoperability. And based on these results, actually, you can see here, these are the measuring items that we use for analyzing interoperability. And we found that interoperability is affecting positively the readiness towards the DDPS. And understanding that interoperability is the ability of the different elements in the different levels of the organization to connect, communicate, share data in a correct way without any effort of the citizen. And in the case of Costa Rica, since 2018, the government launched the digital transformation strategy, the bicentennial of Costa Rica, and they understand the necessity to have this interoperability. And they say that with this interoperability, they can produce more efficient and traceable services, and also considering that nowadays in Costa Rica there are many government services that still rely on silo-based operations. For the second one, that it's the operational capacity, and actually this was the most important factor in our study. We identify also that this has a relevant positively effect in the DDPS adoption. And why? Actually, we explain this because operational capacity refers to all the social and technological infrastructure in the organization, but focusing on the human talent and the digital capabilities. And today, well, governments, and with this new digital era, we have new activities, new processes, and new technology. So in the governments need people with enough skills, with core capabilities to process and understand this transformation. So in the context of Costa Rica, and actually these new skills, new roles are core capabilities, sometimes represent a big challenge in emerging countries because they are not ready for this change. So for addressing this problem, the Costa Rica government published several guidelines, especially for the service offices in charge of the human talent management in the different public areas. The third one is the IT service infrastructure. And here you can see these are the measurement items that we use for this factor. And this factor also has a relevant positively impact in the DDPS adoption, understanding that this IT service infrastructure refers to all the elements, the technological elements that allow the governments to have data management in the organization. And for this, the government of Costa Rica, they understand the necessity to have these preconditions to provide good provision and collection of data in the whole organization, and also they address the urgency to deploy the government services as a government architecture. Then the fourth factor is the data governance, but actually in terms of relevance, this was the second factor, the most important. Here you can see the measurement items that we use, and this factor also has a positively effect in the perception of the readiness towards the DDPS, understanding that data governance refers to all the standards, the policies, the processes to guarantee the data management and the quality of the data. And in the case of Costa Rica, they work on to provide tools to have, for example, for the civil servants to have dashboards, and with these dashboards to have the 360 view of the citizens, to know their needs, their preferences, their services, to have this traceability. And finally, we have the last factor, that is data privacy and security. These factors, as well as the others, is affecting positively the DDPS. But here we found two more relationships. The first one is the data privacy and security with the IT service infrastructure, and the second one is the data privacy and security with the data governance. Here you can see this is our results, and well, based on this, we should understand that the data privacy and security is to ensure the privacy of the citizens' data, also to guarantee that there won't be destruction or distortion of the information. And for this, the Costa Rican government is, well, in the Digital Technology National Code, they establish the regulations to protect the data from the citizens, but also they highlight the urgency to enforce the data standards to enhance the data value. And for this, well, these are the factors. And with these factors and our model, we can say that we create a tool for us as the perception of the civil servants' perceptions of the organization's readiness towards the DDPS implementation. However, we consider, of course, that we have limitations. Why? Because this This study is limited by the specific characteristics of an emerging country, in this case, Costa Rica. So we propose that further studies may be conducted considering other emerging countries' public entities that striving towards the implication of public value generation service models, for example, the DDPS. Also, further analysis could be conducted with a bigger sample in Costa Rica or more entities in the same country. And here, also, we should consider that we analyze only quantitative data. So there is a big opportunity to collect qualitative data and analyze this data to have a bigger picture of the perception of the civil servants. And one more important thing is that this model is based on the civil servants' perception. But it will be so interesting to know how is the citizens' perception? So this could be another study for the paper. And that's all. Thank you so much. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Marina. Any questions, please? Yes, Judy.
Governance being the procedures around how data is governed. But then, when I looked at the specific items that you had there, they referred to the existence of a data warehouse, the existence of, I can't remember the three of them. Perhaps you could just explain to me how those items cover data governance, because to me, there seems to be a lot more data governance than what was on those items. And then my second question is, what data were you actually using? I didn't pick that up in your presentation as to where the data was.
Okay, yes, sure. Actually, here, well, for the second one, the data, we utilize a survey in the Ministry of Finance, actually in different organizations, and we collect 845 responses for all civil servants in the Ministry of Finance. We analyze this information to build the model, well, to validate the model. And here you can see these are the factors that we have, the measuring items that we use for assess these factors. And this is the question item that we use. This question item was built from the literature and adopted to the Costa Rican context. So for the case of operational data governance, that we ask the civil servants if they have the technology, well, the infrastructure, but also to have this perspective of global perspective of the users. This was based in the perception of the civil servants, and and also here you can see this was contrasted with the government regulation framework in Costa Rica, and based on this we create this survey. Yes, we have, one of the questions was what are their positions, and actually this survey, well, for this survey participate people from offices, well, the professionals, and also the vice president of the ministry. So we have a very big and diversified sample. Yes. Actually, sorry. Actually, that's why this is an ongoing research paper, because with this data, we have the intention to analyze more. For example, we were asking if the position, or even, for example, sometimes the age could be a factor to differentiate this perception, because, for example, it's not the same if there is people of 60 years old who is working and who is like educated in the traditional way, or young people who are more related to digital technologies and so on.
Other question, please? Okay, so operational capacity and data governance are the most important factors, yes?
Yes.
If I understood well, the data come from one ministry?
Yeah, the Ministry of Finance, that is composed for different offices.
And you say you surveyed 2,900 servants?
Yeah, but the total people was this, but the final data set was only 845 because it was the complete answers.
Yeah, continuing on this aspect from the previous question, but are all these people relevant to this data-driven public services provision? Do we need to ask all of these people to extract the information?
Well, actually, we did like this general approach for the whole ministry, but one of our, like we can say, limitation, it's actually that the people who is related to this technological aspect of the service provision should be considered maybe different way, because it's not the same knowledge that all the people have in the government. So yeah, this is a...
Okay. So maybe a next step, because also based on the question of Judy, your factors are based on literature review, yes?
Yes.
So maybe next step, as you mentioned before, is to refine and validate more your model based on the input that you have from your validation, yes? For all these factors and dimensions that you surveyed regarding data governance. Which are the parameters for data governance? Which are the parameters for operational capacity and these things?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next one is from Lukman Lamid. Yes. A framework for digital government transformation, performance assessment, and toolkit for developing country. And this is, I think, from Nigeria, yes?
Hello.
Welcome.
Yeah. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I will be presenting on behalf of my colleagues on the framework for digital government transformation performance assessment and toolkit for developing countries. This project is actually ongoing. We have a kind of framework over the last 5 years. You know, we're actually catching up as one of the developing countries, and we need to see how we can have a framework that can actually work for us in terms of digital transformation in the country. We've been able to come up with a lot of frameworks, a lot of standards, a lot of guidelines to actualize digital transformation in government. As you know, digital transformation is not about the technology itself, but so many other things in terms of processes, in terms of leadership, in terms of so many activities that needs to be done, needs to be put in place before the actual technology itself can be considered. The motivation and to address some of these challenges are actually based on the need, we discovered that there's actually poor alignment of IT projects and government businesses. The IT and business actually are not aligned, and the government organizations are not following those standards accordingly. And there's inadequate capacity in terms of capacity of public IT project implementation, in terms of the public servant themselves to be able to have this capacity to implement IT project effectively. And we also discovered that post-implementation of some of these digital transformation projects, there is no data, national data that actually we can back on. So a lot of IT project failure here and there. So we are feeling that, okay, there's something needs to be done actually to create a competition among public institutions so that they can actually deliver their mandate in line with citizens' expectations. Now, the objective was actually to define appropriate digital transformation stage and parameters, so that as a government organization, you know a particular stage where you are as an organization, and for you to be able to have access to those parameters that you'll be able to use to measure the stage where you are as an organization, so that you know how to move to the next level of transformation. Then we also, the objective is to provide tools and guidance for public institutions and certified digital transformation program assessor. Now, the idea is that for you to know where you are as a government is very critical, and also have some of the parameters to be able to measure that. But we feel that if we're going to have a national performance assessment, where we're going to publish how each MDA, how each public institutions are doing as far as digital transformation is concerned, we need to have, it's not something that can be done by the public sector themselves, but they have the toolkits to be able to carry out. But in doing this judgment by the government, is not going to be from the public institutions themselves, but why not license digital transformation program assessor that will be carrying out this assessment every 2 years, so that you actually follow some of the guidelines by the government, the standards that we have and all that. So you can follow it. Then once we verify and everything is fine, we can now advise public institutions that these are the stages where you are as an organization. So these are the things that you need to do to move forward, to improve yourself. So provide appropriate questions and simple methods to determine public institution transformation, digital transformation performance, and fair ranking. Of course, in my earlier explanation, in determining to measure your performance, we need to actually rank you, and if we're going to do that, we need to do that objectively, so based on certain parameters. So then to contribute to developing countries' effort at providing simple and adaptable toolkits for digital transformation performance assessment. So these are actually the objective of this, and the limitation is actually this framework actually based on secondary data, especially the digital readiness assessment toolkits by the World Bank, and on-the-job experience working with the Apex IT Regulatory Agency in Nigeria. So it's actually based on this secondary data and some of the regulations that we have previously, and also working with public institutions to gather data and implementing some of those framework. So the framework and implementation strategy with certified government transformation program and project assessor are being put to test with a pilot project for now. So we have the framework, and also engaging someone, licensing someone to implement that assessment. Not someone, I'm talking about a well-structured organization having the criteria, because we have criteria for us to license you to be able to carry out that assessment across the public institutions. So the learning and experience in implementing the framework are not part of the scope of this paper. This is just initial steps, but we are implementing. Further to that, we are going to actually publish another paper to share this experience in terms of implementation. The question, what are the key digital transformation maturity stages that public organizations can have, and what are the characteristics of each stage? Because you need to properly define the characteristics of each stage so that as a government organization, if you are at a certain stage, you know exactly what you have and what you are doing and what are those characteristics of that particular stage. So that when your result is coming out from the program assessor, who has been licensed by government, you cannot deny, because those criteria, those factors and parameters are well explained. So what are the key parameters to be considered for assessing digital transformation maturity, and how to align digital transformation maturity stages to each of these parameters? You have different stages, then you have the parameters to determine digital transformation. How do you align? This is where this paper actually this is where the work is, because the World Bank has already explained those parameters, but they did not define those stages. So now, defining the stages, then align those stages with each of these parameters for them to be able to understand where they are properly and also know exactly what they need to do to move to the next stage is very critical. So, and how will public institutions navigate from one maturity stage to the next? So those are the questions. This is the work by the World Bank in actually defining the readiness assessment toolkit, where you have 9 parameters being defined, to measure digital transformation of the public government. And this has actually been used in several countries, which of course is being listed here, Myanmar, Vietnam, and the rest. So based on this, as I said, it's based on this secondary data and some of the work we have done initially, and we combine them together and define it properly so that our people can actually use them effectively to solve to guarantee their level. So this is the level of the digital transformation stages we're able to actually establish based on the experience and working with government organizations and some of those books that have been published, especially by Business Transformation Management methodology. So silo stage, where government, individual organizations is working at a silo. So the IT infrastructure and the system, government, the people are not talking to each other so that they can actually provide the necessary services that government need. The engaged stage is where they become aware of those what they need to do and how they can actually go about it. And the optimized stage is actually where they have been able to implement some of those things. They are trying to optimize themselves, ensure that the government can work as a whole of government. Then to the transformation stage, where the last stage where government has transformed itself completely, working as a government, not as individual public institutions providing services at silos. So you already know what you're doing and things are working very effectively. As a citizen, I don't need to go to public institution A, B, C, D to go and get my service through a stop shop portal, a centralized portal, or wherever I can actually get services, not necessarily moving from one place to the other. So this is where it's actually explained. Those stages are explained properly. So, and the parameters, which of course we are able to refine. If you remember, this parameter is, these other parameters is from the World Bank, and we're able to actually come up with our own definition, some of those things that we need to tweak to actually fit into what we're doing in Nigeria as well. And also we help developing countries. Like the ecosystem development is actually part of the World Bank, but we try to reduce that because as we are moving from one stage to the next, we can actually optimize this and improve on it, on these parameters. But for now, these are the parameters that we actually define from you. How do we determine how an organization in terms of the leadership is doing? Does the leadership has that capacity in terms of digital transformation, know the importance of technology and how technology can help improve governance? So there's some parameters already defined to measure that from the program assessor itself, and also working with the regulatory agencies to be able to determine that. And do you have IT strategic plan in place to guide your implementation of IT project? Because now IT role can be defined in different contexts, but majorly now, as of today, IT is strategic to any business and governance process. So it's not alone about automation of the process, what you are doing in your organization, but at the same time, making sure that IT is strategic to your future, to the future of governance, and also, in alignment with that. So we look at the compliance with international and national IT regulations, some of the regulations that we have, and some of the regulations from, standards from the international body like ISO and the rest. So these are some of the things that we take into consideration, and some of those things that we have defined locally as well. Then institutional reforms, how are you doing in terms of change management? If you have a digital transformation plan and you are trying to implement, how, because the difference between the plan that you have and implementation is the change management itself and the reforms that you're able to put in place to actually make it happen. So digital transformation doesn't really happen just automatic, but you need to put a lot of instruments in place to ensure it is implemented. Online presence and government digital service are some of the things that we're considering. We have actually defined how it's going to happen and how they can go about it. Digital transformation capabilities in terms of some of these enablers, in terms of business process management, in terms of change management, in terms of how to actually implement their strategy, in terms of risk management, and so many other things are actually part of digital transformation capabilities that an organization can have to actually determine how it's going to move on its digital transformation. Digital transformation, this actually is talking about infrastructure, applications. I think there's a bit of mistake there. It's talking about application itself. So some of this digital infrastructure and application that you need to have, I'm talking about this, this last part. So it's actually digital infrastructure and application. What are the infrastructure that you put in place? Are you thinking of cloud service? Are you thinking of, if you don't need to buy server as a government agency, why are you doing that? Because at the same time you are wasting government funds and the rest. So data is critical today, and it has to be taken as a part of the infrastructure as well. So how are you defining your data? How are you making it accessible to the public and the ecosystem for them to be able to utilize for providing other services, additional services, and value-added services? So these are some of the things. And finally, information security and data privacy is very key. So these are some of the things that were considered in that parameter, defined and explained to government how they can actually implement, and also to the program assessor, so that at the end of every year, every 2 years that we're conducting this assessment, to be able to advise you on how you can actually go move to the next level of digital transformation and what you are supposed to do. So these are some of the things that actually determine that. So when I talk about the alignment of the transformation stage and the parameters, we have the parameters. For one of the parameters is digital transformation or ICT strategy, whether you have a strategy. So clearly from the silo stage, you know what you're supposed to be doing, where you are, no clear defined vision and objective to drive mandate of the public institution, no ICT strategic plan. For instance, if you are at that stage, that means you need to do something. The other stage is there is awareness, and they need to define a clear vision and set objective to drive mandates of the organization. Then the public institution have recognized and made moves to develop ICT or digital transformation plan. So you have a draft and you are trying to implement it. So at the optimized stage is where you are already implemented, you are doing well and all that. So then at the transformation stage is where you are not even thinking of yourself alone as an institution. So you are part of a body of government, so that when it requires you to actually release a particular data, it becomes seamless. It's not something we have to just be tweaking. So you follow all the standards and everything is fine with you. Once we require something from your organization in terms of infrastructure, it becomes seamless integration with other public institutions. So that's at that last stage. So that's how this is aligned and defined for each of the stages from 1 to 9. Those 9 parameters, and across those stages of digital transformation. So because permit me, I couldn't put all of them in the presentation here, but on the slide. So for the questions, so each of the parameters has set of questions that are going to be asked by the program assessor, who is going to assess public institutions. Those licensed program assessors are not probably 1, 2, but well-defined organizations and all that have the proper understanding of what digital transformation is all about. So now the question is aligned with the digital transformation parameter stages defined in this performance assessment toolkit. So you have, for instance, we talk about strategic plan, which is one of the parameters under the digital transformation. So there is a question to be asked. Then once you ask that question, you go to the public institutions, you ask those questions, and at the same time, there's a guide for you in terms of question guide. This provides meaning and context to the question in order to get better perspective of the answer. If I ask you, do you have a digital transformation plan, for instance, then I should be able to follow up. What do you have in the digital transformation plan? Are you started implementation? So based on those contests, then responses from them can now be grouped under silo, engage, optimize, and digital transformation stages, those stages that we have. So once you do that, then the last part of the response automatically, for instance, if you based on your judgment as a program assessor, then you say at the end of the day, the organization is at a silo stage. Then that silo stage automatically will give you a response of 1 here. Then you need to provide evidence, because it's not enough for you to go and tell somebody it's in silo stage. So you need to have evidence of proving that, and all those are actually explained. Then you put your comments before you make that judgment. So if it's at a digital transformation stage, then it will give the public institution assign 4 to that public institution. So this is how this. So after the assessment, at the end of the day, there's a total of all this the weights for that particular institution, which is going to be assigned to each public institution based on evidence. It's not something that is that easy to just assign. So you need to do a thorough work to be able to. So these are some of the things that we already put in place to ensure that we can actually get to this stage, be able to measure the digital transformation of the government effectively in terms. Some of them I might not be able to explain here, but I think it's clear. Like what we do, IT clearance that we do, we as a regulatory agency of government, any ICT project in public institution, we try to as much as possible to have clearance for them, so that especially those that are big projects, IT projects, so that they can follow some of these our standards and regulations. We ensure that if you implement this IT project, digital transformation project is in line with what the government is looking at, and also in line with best practices, so that at the end of the day, there will be seamless integration among the government themselves. So all these things are well done. The business process management guidelines for MDAs is there. The government, we have government digital service framework for you to be able to know how you can put your services online, from the defined stage to the implementation stage to where you are supposed to deliver, and also evaluate your services. So these are actually captured in this framework. We have EDMS guidelines and all that. So, and also to ensure governance in each of these public institutions, we establish what we call digital transformation technical working groups. So these digital transformation technical working groups actually are not only the technical people, but both technical and core business. So in an organization where the technical guys actually the technical guy understand what the business is actually need, and also the business guys also understand a bit of what the technical should do, so they work together and ensure that the mandate of the organizations is carried out. So we have that across MDAs that we have established. So we train them, we ensure that they have proper understanding of some of those frameworks and guidelines and the rest. This is actually the implementation framework. This implementation framework is actually not part of this paper now, but it's just to share experience about it and how we're implementing it. And as I said, I talk about licensed digital transformation certification provider. So which are actually at the top, where based on criteria, as I said, we license these program assessors, those that are going to assess public institutions on how they are doing, both based on that silos, based on those transformation stages and the parameters and some of the questions that are set. So we license you to carry out that assessment, because you don't just be an institution, whether you're a university or an industry player, but you should be able to understand exactly what the government is looking at before we license you to participate in that space. So once that is licensed, we license one, then they are the one that will actually go down to the next level to accredit what we call service implementer. What we have realized is that most of the private organizations that get government jobs, IT jobs, especially IT jobs, some of them don't really understand exactly what the government is looking at and how the IT project should be implemented and all that. So that's why we have this implementer. So we expect you to, if you are going to get government job IT project, then 2 of your staff must be certified in what we call digital transformation implementation. So you are the one implementing IT project in government, but definitely you understand all those procedures, all those guidelines, and each of those stages that we want. So then the next aspect is that, okay, after implementation of the IT project, there's supposed to be a body that can now go ahead and assess after 2 years how those projects are doing. Right, that's the service assessor or auditor. So, and we also expect you, for you to be able to carry out that kind of assessment across MDAs. These are the ones that I said every 2 years they go to MDA, verify based on those questions that we have. They ask questions, then they verify, they put their comments, they ensure that the the decision is based on what is certain. So these are the assessors, and we expect that 2 of your staff also should be certified in what we call certified digital transformation assessor, so that you exactly know what you are going to do and assess in government. Then for some of the MDAs, for some of the public institutions, sorry, I call them MD, we call them MDA in my country, ministry, department, and agencies actually. So for some of the public institutions who don't have the technical know-how and all that, so they can outsource some of their IT project and IT services to third party. So they also need to know what they need to do as well. So the outsourcing providers also need to train their staff on how to go about it, and they should also know about that's what we define as at least 2 staff of that companies also need to understand some of these things that we're talking about. So, and I said the last part is digital transformation technical working groups that are in the public institutions as a staff, a public servant themselves. So they need to understand what actually the government wants and what will help their public institutions to actualize their mandate, to actualize their objective and strategic objective. So because when you are coming as an implementer, we have defined, you should be able to define an IT project that will help you implement your mandate. So once an implementer comes, the organization that is going to implement those projects, you need to work with them to ensure that they are doing the right thing. During the assessment period, after 2 years, for instance, then you need to be able to give information. You need to have that capacity to be able to do that. And if you are outsourcing an IT service, definitely as a public servant, you need to understand exactly what we are doing to be able to have, you need to have that capability to actually negotiate and ensure there is SLA, service level agreement, and so many other things that needs to be put in place, and part of those things that we have defined. So it's a whole lot of things working together that we are looking at implementing. So we're experimenting this now. We've tried from the license, digital transformation is going to license the implementer, the assessor, the outsourcing service provider, and also the DTTWG, which is Digital Transformation Technical Working Group, to ensure they have the capacity to be able to implement what it takes to actually transform government. So this is exactly what we have done. And the contribution of the paper is actually identification of digital transformation stages and definition of characteristics for each stage, so that when you are at a particular stage, then you know exactly what that stage means, and nobody can come and say, oh, no, you are not at this stage. You are supposed to be, you are at a particular stage, meanwhile you are at this stage. So it's very clear. Appropriate definition of parameters in the context of developing countries, so that we know exactly what we are doing. We're trying to cash up. So in cashing up, and at the same time, you need to actually be able to develop some of those things in your own context, so that your people actually understand exactly what they are doing. Then the alignment that I talked about, the alignment of the digital transformation stages and the parameters, which was not done in the in the World Bank project. Then optimization of the questionnaire and methodology for carrying out digital transformation assessment, like what I explained in the last slide. This is like optimizing the whole essence and putting everything together to ensure that things actually work for better. Thank you. Your input will help us in a great deal.
Thank you, Lukman, for the keynote regarding digital government transformation assessment in Nigeria. So, I'm joking, because this, we need this long presentation because we don't have other presenters, so it was the right person at the right moment.
Thank you.
It was very useful and very interesting. Finishing, before going to questions, I think you finished saying that you have started experimenting on this approach.
Yes.
So you have started certifying the assessors, if I understood well now,
yes.
And you are going to apply the assessment model from now on. You have not yet applied that.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any questions? Yes, please. Yes, Judy.
I mean, I had the same question as you. Have you actually done a test of this as a pilot in just one organization or something? Because I'd be interested in that. But my other comment was just that this seems like a very ambitious plan. And I know Nigeria tends to be ambitious about its plans. So I'm very interested to see how this works out, because I think it could have a lot of implication in other African countries, and to see that you've already started with the World Bank stuff and you've adapted it, I think is a very positive approach. So I'm curious to know whether you have thought about platforms to share this with other countries across Africa and engage perhaps in bringing more countries to the conversation. I'm interested because I did evaluation work in South Africa for the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation. So this conversation would be very useful to take place across countries in terms of what can and can't.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. We actually looking at okay. Let me start from the pilot phase. What we have done is to pick 2 institutions, my organization itself and one other organization to start with, to see, okay, we assume based on the criteria that we have, this is a licensed digital transformation. We have not issued the license out, right? So, but we engage 2 institutions to, okay, this is what we're looking at, and we want to carry out this assessment in our organization based on those things that we have set up. And in 2 organizations, please, we're engaging you, try to carry out this and give us result. We're in that process now, so it's not completed yet, but so sure, we are going to have a platform. And one of the things that, because this work has been, over the years, so, and the idea is to actually see how we can share it across developing countries as well, if it works, and that's why we're here today as well, for contributions, and also see, let people make contribution and see what we're doing, if it's right and all that. So if there are some things that we need to actually have as an input to adjust, then we can adjust, we can take those inputs and make it happen. So by the time we finish the first phase of implementation in terms of the pilot, then we can share that experience. That can also turn to another paper or something that we can share with international community for proper evaluation and also input as well. Thank you.
Other question, please? Yes, please.
Do you have any adjusted time frame of the time frame of this initiative? How long will it take? Is it phased? Is something that...
Okay. Okay. The pilot, we intend to finish the pilot by end of this year. Then, based on the result, if there are some things that we need to adjust, we adjust. Then, 2022, we start proper implementation of the license of certification providers. So who is going to do the service implementer and certify all those other guys. Then by 2023, then we start full implementation, because we assume that by now, as a government organization, the assessment part of it, you remember that I said every 2 years we're going to be doing that to know the condition of transformation, because it's not something we're going to be doing every year. It's going to be cumbersome, because we have about 300 public institutions, more than 300 public institutions in Nigeria. So it's going to be tedious. So we said, okay, let's have it in 2 years. You know, so definitely there's a lot of transformation going on now. So we need to measure that. And as each IT project is being added to the Enterprise Nigeria, there is an IT clearance, because to look at those parameters as well, to see whether they are in line with what we're defining as well. So, you know, it's a double-edged kind of activity. So we want to extend it to the end of 2022 and early 2023 to commence fully in terms of full implementation. So having corrected some of those things, observations and inputs from the international community as well.
Next one, please.
What I'm interested in is the certification, outsourcing the certification. So now the companies, private companies that you're having involved will likely have a major financial investment, whether they get this or not. Am I right? Okay. And the providers getting this job is going to make a big impact on their company. So they've got an enormous investment in terms of how that certification process takes place. Is that not going to cause a lot of tension between the government body and the company?
We are saying, I don't think, anyway, we can take this as input as well and look at it very well. But we have a lot of outsourcing companies in Nigeria, and what we're saying in the government digital, this framework, government digital service framework, is that if you are an organization, public institution, offering service to about 500 citizens, then you need to establish an outsourcing, customer care, customer center kind of approach, or you outsource it to a third-party service provider who is going to help you manage some of those, because for you to attend to 500 citizens is huge, right? So, but you need to put a perfect thing in place. It's part of those transformation activities. So, if you as a provider, you want to get that kind of job from government, then you need to actually abide with what government is saying. We are not going to say you are not going to operate. You are going to operate effectively. Nobody is charging you any extra tax, but the job must be done effectively, and we hold you responsible if anything goes wrong. And that's the essence of that approach. So I don't know if I answered that question.
I mean, I'm actually really interested in that because I think this idea of involving providers is a very good idea in terms of how you can scale. And this is the challenge. I mean, you're dealing with a massive population and you need to do things at scale. And one of the interesting questions for me when it comes to all this e-government service provision is how do you scale things? Because when you're dealing with very large populations, you have to. So I actually think this is, for me, a very interesting part of your model, that by involving lots of providers but making sure they're certified, you provide an opportunity to scale. So I think that's how I...
And also the certified assessor, we're trying to create a new market where people will come in, be a certified assessor, then you carry out this process every 2 years. It's going to also create a lot of jobs for some of those guys that are there once doing this work. But once you understand what exactly we need to do, then you are able to, once you are certified, then you carry out the assessment. Also creating a lot of jobs. You know, remember we are like 200 million people in Nigeria, so we need to also create jobs for Nigerians as well.
So I mean, I like the idea of making sure, but aren't there big financial aspects for those certified providers?
Oh, okay, but if you want to, if you want public, digital service or IT service outsourced to your company, right? Then you as a company, as a provider, you need to have some level of investment in what you do, you understand? So that once that job is given to you, then we are sure of your capacity to do what you deliver, right? So, but we are opening up that space, outsourcing space, to ensure that it's actually branded, but at the same time, we're encouraging investment in that particular, because a lot of outsourcing firms can come up from this kind of arrangement, right? So that there will be a lot of investment, either from the international body or from the indigenous companies themselves. So, but there is not going to be any extra tax for anybody. But we're mandatory the public institutions that if you have more than 500 users of your services, then you need to, that's part of what our sourcing company does is customer care, service, right? So, and you need to actually engage in that. So, but we encourage you not to have your own outsourcing in-house, but outsource to a third party. But for the third party, we need to ensure that it's doing well, has capacity to deliver.
No, I quite support that. I'm just somehow...
Okay, let's summarize a little bit and ask also one or two questions, quick ones. Starting from that, so you are planning to certify assessors from private or public sector?
Private.
And assess the project, what organizations, because you started with organizations. Is this a framework for assessing organizations or also projects? Because somewhere you mentioned also projects, I think.
Okay, yeah, you see, as an organization, you have IT projects, right? And you have some other projects, and that's why I said it's not only about IT project itself, but a whole organization itself, when we talk about change management and the rest. So
yes, but the perspective of assessment changes. If I assess a specific project, the assessment rate, what the value that I will give to the assessment will be different probably from the whole of organization.
Okay.
So this is why I'm asking, is this a framework for assessing the whole of organization maturity or a project? Because
no, a whole of organization maturity.
And another question is, maybe the first question that I had, you say that this is an independent assessment. So the assessor comes from outside
exactly.
and assesses the organization. Where and how she derives the data? Where can he find the data for assessment? Because, okay, to find a government strategy, maybe, does it work? This is simple. I can find the strategy for the organization, but how can I assess the security as an outsider from outside, the privacy issues, the data infrastructure, all these aspects from outside?
Okay.
I see, I need the input from inside.
That's
so
good.
How independent can be this assessment?
Okay. For instance, we have what we call Nigerian Data Protection Regulation, just to mention a few. So that regulation is there for private sector and the public institutions to abide with. If you are processing data of citizens that are more than 2,000 or 1,000 citizens data, then you need to follow that process. I mean, you need to abide with the data regulation, the Nigerian government data protection regulation. So one of the things that we do is that every year, an institution is supposed to submit a report of how is abiding with that data protection regulation. Yeah, and if you remember, in one of the parameters, we talk about compliance with international and national IT regulation and best practices. That's part of that. So now, that document, that report, we already specify criteria and what we need in that report. So it's an evidence for whoever is assessing some of these things to know exactly, because it's actually based on some of those regulations and guidelines and what we need from the government themselves. So this is...
So these are data that already submitted from the organization?
Yes.
So this process can be automated, more or less?
Okay, yeah, I think so. It should. In the long run, it should be able to be automated. So that actually increase the efficiency of the whole process itself.
Okay. Thank you, Lukman, and good luck to the application.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, we have one more, I think, and this is a video presentation, yes? It is the title of the presentation is A Holistic Methodology for Digital Governance Transition and Measuring its Effect on Enterprise Companies by Taskin Kosak and Edis Ozturk.
To the ASCO 2021 Smart Digital Governance for Global Sustainability. My name is Edis Ozturk and I'm an executive strategic leader in especially digital transformation and IT governance area. I have more than 30 years of experience and now I'm using this experience to help boards and directors to achieve their maximum performance using digital transformation. It is my honor to present this session to you. Unfortunately, I cannot do this in person due to restrictions because of the pandemic. On behalf of Mr. Taskin Kosak, who is the co-author for this paper, I would like to formally welcome you to this online presentation. Today, I'm going to present you to details about our new methodology and its real results within the industry. We gave the name of the HMDGT, which is the abbreviation of Holistic Methodology for Digital Governance Transition, to this newly created methodology, and under the main roof there are other several methodologies which resides in this main methodology. Before giving details about our research, I would like to give a brief agenda for our presentation. So first we would like to start with the introduction part, where we will make an entrance to our subject. Then we will discuss about the purpose and methods alongside with the details about our methodology. Afterwards, we will continue with the analysis results which we gathered through our field studies, and finally we will talk about our conclusion and the future work. Let's start our presentation with the introduction part. So the digital transformation has become one of the most emphasized issues for the organizations today. So the organizations have a long way to go on this difficult road. First of all, they should develop and measure their governance skills. Then they need to create the necessary studies in both technological and managerial terms for IT systems to become a value. Yes, value. It's really important for us to create a value. While doing all of these, they should also create a risk management structure, which a correct approach by performing consultancy, supervision, and evaluation services completely. In line with this whole process, there are different standards and practices in every field they need to follow. This paper presents a methodology proposition in a general perspective that can be applied end-to-end in the field of digitalization, starting from governance structure to the IT value-adding strategy. So we have to create a value, as I said before, while doing all of these strategy management, risk management, audit, financial management, as well as HR, human resources management. So our goal was to create a holistic methodology which builds on metrics to address all of these issues. So our main goal is to measure the effect of this methodology on this field within our research, of course. Now, we are just going to talk about the digital transformation journey. But in the development of the governance, the value of IT governance is very difficult to measure to the industry during the growth of IT. It was not like a flash of light hit and the things got clear. In reality, over several years, the sector has increasingly been persuaded by the IT governance is the most critical element, in the market, to getting the market benefit from the IT, but it's not the story. We have to create an enterprise governance approach for IT, as well as we have to create a really good risk management structure. We have to create a digital governance which forms the basis for the development of the digital presentation, maybe sometimes transparency, and we have to add functions and decision-making authority for the company, and we have to create internal and external auditing structures. We have to take care about the financial management of the IT. We have to create a value for the business. So we have lots of things to do, but we don't have a holistic methodology to do this. The background for this study is just coming from the digitalization and the governance terms, and within the development of the governance, the value of IT governance is very difficult to measure to the industry during the growth of IT. So as we said before, digitalization is another topic which is just confused with digitalization and digitization. They are always confused within the industry. So we have to create a really good robust structure in order to understand the company's real structure. And now when we just search the literature, we review the literature, of course, and there are lots of different governance methodologies. So the first four is here. With the first, maybe the matching and the moderation part, it uses a matching approach. The analysts are searching for a comparison between company and the information technology. The second is the profile deviation. You create a profile within two steps, which was taken to measure the correlation between these digitalization and, of course, the governance methodologies. The third method was scoring method. As you all know, this strategy involves significant IT investments for both companies and IT people to check the degree of compliance with a variety of parameters, including business and IT. And the last methodology we found in the governance was the maturity model, which is a rating method which makes it possible for the organization to identify itself from non-existent to the optimized, from 0 to 5. So these were the governance methodologies that we have found. And when we just look to the literature, we have found some digital transformation strategies. The first strategy is, so we have to use digital technologies to create a new business model, new value chains, new products, new services, new everything. So the digitalization's summary is just like that. As you all know, we have to create something new using digital technologies, but we have to create a value for the customer, and this is the maybe most important aspect of the digitalization, as we know. So if you don't create some value, you're nothing. And within the literature, we have found some digital transformation methodologies. The first three is here. We have found the SRS approach, which have 5 phases, and these phases are very broad, and thus there are very few concrete references to the digitalization. On the other hand, this methodology gives important insights into what stages and what content can be commonly regarded. So it's a really important and valuable approach. We have seen the PwC's approach. This is a one-time process, and directional. You have to do it over and over again. So this is not a lifetime approach, although it's a really good approach. And we found Bowles and Scheibel's approach. These stages capture multiple dimensions and provide detailed analysis of the digital transition. Sometimes stages are too low, and sometimes they are overlooked. So we have to find a holistic, methodology. So that was the problem we solved. And we saw there's a need for a holistic approach to establish enterprise governance of IT and the digital transformation. As I said before, within the current situation, there is no approach to interpret these processes in a whole. Some methodologies, such as COBIT, and in particular the latest developments within ITIL-v4, we have seen some approaches, which includes the business approach, business strategies, as well as IT strategies. But you have to use some other, special risk control mechanisms which are more deficient, and they are not covering all of the steps of enterprise governance IT from end to end. So the problem was to create a holistic methodology and fulfill the gap within the industry. So neither approach has a unique methodology which states what should be done on the digital transformation part. And again, on the other side of the problem, in this way, there's a lack of methodology which covers end-to-end processes. So you have to start with where you are. Of course, you have to determine where you should go, and you have to do a gap analysis. You have to offer how you go this way or something like that. So as in this methodology, we just create some digital transformation processes as well as governance processes, and all of these combined. Now I'm going to talk about our approach a little bit. So what is our approach? So this methodology, which is the subject of this paper, was created, as I said before, for this purpose, to fulfill this gap within the industry and let companies have a broadened view of where they are within the enterprise IT governance and their maturity levels, as well as the roadmap for the studies which should be done to achieve a proper and desired digital transformation. And again, we focus on measuring the value and the impact of IT processes within the organization after measuring the level of governance maturity. And we are not only looking from the IT perspective, but we also perform some examination to cover all the processes of the organization. The third and maybe the most important part is this is a unique methodology which blends the risk management mechanisms, audit mechanisms, with the AGIT, enterprise governance IT mechanisms. And the fourth part, maybe the other important part, is we combine all of the studies which are being made under the name of digital transformation, and risk management, enterprise IT governance, and audit management. So with the holistic methodology of digital governance transfiguration, we have a cube of transfiguration, and in this cube there's 6 sides, and the need for this methodology, as we said before, has arisen from market needs. So these 6 sides represents which we have to, which topics we have to focus on, and these 6 elements is defined as the cube of transfiguration. And these elements are represented as 6 sides of a cube, and they are listed in the screen, as you see. The first is the digital sophistication, which we just measure the digital sophistication and create a digital sophistication maturity score. And the the second is the management sophistication. The third is the risk management, the IT governance, the business and IT alignment, which is really important. And we are just, measuring how the company, measures the value creation in the sixth side. So this relation is presented as a cuboid, as I said before, and which can be seen on the screen. Also, on the right side, you see the relation diagram now. So we just group these, two into, three main categories. The first main category is the digital transformation. The second main category is the enterprise governance of IT. The third is the valuation of IT. So we have to create a methodology to show or maybe to prove the value of the IT to the audience. So these six sides, represents these, main categories. And as I said before, this is the cuboid. Now, we have, as I said before, we have some methodologies inside other methodologies. So we use holistic methodology of digital, governance transfiguration. This is the main methodology, and we have a 360 cube methodology inside this cube. So, which is the abbreviation of 360 degrees. We are using advisory services, we are using audit services, we are using assessment services to create the value, as I said before. And we have some new risk management approach here. We have 4 dimensions approach to the risk management. Within this methodology, we add fragility and the velocity alongside the probability and the impact dimensions. So we create a unique measurement method to measure every aspect, every dimension in this risk management, and we create some really good roadmaps for the companies what should be done first. So this is the maybe most important question the companies are asking themselves after a risk management study. What we have to do now? So what is the next best action? So we are just saying this is the next best action for you in this fragility and velocity dimensions. So we are just combining risk management, digital studies, and other studies. So what is the result about this methodology? This is the real customer data you see here. We just implement this methodology within several companies. We started our studies within 2015 and 2020, and we just measure between these 5 years. And here on the orange side, you see the HMDGT methodologies. Is just like 80% much more than the other, digitalization rates. Of course, the digitalization rate increases if you don't use this methodology, but obviously it just, increases this, ratio. And when we just try to use the run, transform, and the grow rates within the IT, we see that within years the run, the IT costs decreases, and the other costs, the transform and the grow of the IT is increases. So these are the really good implications of this methodology is just working for our study. So this is the evolution of RGT after applying HMDGT to the companies. So what is the conclusion and the finding? The most important conclusion and the finding is the positive impact of this methodology within the digital transformation area. So you can see the details in our paper. And of course, we are just going to release some other papers about this, so you can just you can just see or you can just find other conclusions and findings within other papers. So in the future work, we are just going to expand this with the 360 A6 model. We have to we are just going to thinking about, adding archiving, abandonment, and architecture alongside with the audit, assessment, and of course the advisory part of the 360, model methodology. So I'd like to thank you for listening me, and on behalf of Mr. Taşkın Koçak, I'm just giving you, I would like to thank you for listening me. You see our, personal details, and you can contact us from any, resource. So thank you, and, have a nice day, and stay safe.
So, another interesting perspective of assessment, how digital governance is applied and then used in enterprise and companies area. So we had, now we are closing the session. We presented all papers that we had, so we saw some perspectives of assessment, some methodologies, some frameworks. We will discuss the rest on the second part tomorrow, the same. So we are waiting for you at the assessment session. Thank you very much for your presence.